understand? Yes. It's not relaying. Yeah, correct. See, now it is already relaying there. That's what it means. Okay.
Whatever you did, this all that will go there.
Okay. So I start. Is it? Good morning. This is the check to find out if the audio, voice is clear. If my voice is clear, you will have to confirm it by typing it yes or no on the right bottom of your screen. Based on the confirmation, I will be starting the program shortly. There will be 30 seconds delay. We will be receiving approximately 20 to 22 seconds late after you type in. Kindly confirm back. Yes. Vijay Lakshmi says yes. Vasant Kumar says yes. Audio is clear. Video. What about video? Video is also clear. No problem. Sounds good. All right. Welcome all. And it's nice being on air with you all to get to know about your specialization, which is the very key point for your success in your life. All right. Students, if you're listening, listen carefully, because this is one of the main areas where you need to focus for your career to grow in a right path. What are you going to decide and where you want to be in the next 5 years down the line? You want to be in the finance line, HR line, marketing line, or you want to think on your own line? It all depends on today's webinar. The time and effort what you put for the next 2-3 hours will make a lot of change in your life. let's move on. We have Mr. Raghunatha, who has close to 9 years of functional experience in the finance field, in the investment, finance forecasting, project management, quality management. He also manages multiple projects of varied sizes, including business integration, data quality improvement, and automation projects. He will talk more about finance, followed by we have Vittal Sawant, who is going to talk about marketing, followed by Nandita, who will be talking about HR. All right. Later, we can analyze what's going to be your best prospects, in which field you're going to be prospering based on your skill set, your abilities to analyze yourself, and moving forward. All right. Here I put across Mr. Raghunatha.
Good morning, friends. I'm the first speaker over here in this webinar series. I would like to take you through the world of finance for the next 45 minutes. I'm a finance professional as well as an entrepreneur practicing finance. I have close to 9 years of experience in various fields within finance in the areas of financial forecasting, investment management, project management, budgeting, planning, cost management, and also the financial analysis. Here is the agenda of my webinar. Let's first start with the advantages of finance. What are the different profiles we see in finance? Career in finance. What are the courses related to finance? After that, let's go and then see how our profile and various courses within finance, they map each other, followed by the profile and the company map. And then let us end the presentation with the codes on finance. If you want to ask any questions during this webinar, you can start sending your questions throughout the webinar. We will take up those questions appropriately at appropriate times. Before we talk about advantages, let's take a step back and then start visualizing in our time scale the year 2003. In 2003, I was sailing in the same boat as you are sailing today, wondering what to do. What is the next course which I can take up when I was in my final year of graduation? What specialization best suits me? What course best suits me? What course helps me grow as an individual, as a professional? At the same time, which course, or rather which profile helps me earn good money in the coming years? You are fortunate enough today because of companies like Spandana, who are sponsoring event webinar series wherein they're bringing luminaries from different streams, finance, marketing, HR, and various other streams, and then helping you to understand and then find out which course best suits you, what are the career opportunities. But way back in 2003, we were less fortunate in terms of these webinars, not having the webinars or not having a specific presentations or these kind of webinar series to help us decide on what to take next. Then how did I take the decision to take up finance as a career? Well, we went to libraries, we Googled it, we spoke to different individuals, and then I decided that MBA is the best course for me in 2003. What's next? Then I took up the exam, then I got into MBA course. We spent a year studying the general courses, and then addition time came again at the end of first year because we had to choose the electives at the start of the second year. Then again, the same process repeated. We spoke to different individuals, experts in the field, and then I decided to take up finance as my specialization. I wanted to see myself as a financial professional in my career. Now let's see what are the advantages. Wide variety of job opportunities and growing job prospects. This is one of the main advantages why anyone would like to go for finance as a career option. Why do we say that there is a wide variety of job opportunities? Or why do we say that there is a growing job prospects? If you look at the service industry as such, India is one of the topmost service industries in terms of the annual growth, just only behind China. It registered 9% of annual growth in service industry. When we talk about service industry, financial services is one of the major contributors to the growth of service industry, which is expanding at a rate of 16.4%. If I want to talk specifics about insurance as one of the financial services, which is expanding at the rate of 16.8%, which is the highest growth recorded by any country in the world. This is the advantage of the financial services industry. What is driving this growth in financial services? There are various factors which are driving growth in financial services industry. One is increasing demand. Why there is increasing demand? Per capita income if you want to take a look at, is at $1,250 as of today in India, while way back in early 2000 it was at $300 to $400, which means that in less than 12 years it has grown by twofold. Why this happened or how this happened? There is a policy shift. Take an example as India. So policy support from the government which propelled the growth of financial services industry in the last 10-20 years. What next? Increasing penetration. If you look at the mobile revolution, mobile is growing rapidly, not just in urban areas but also in rural areas. With financial inclusion initiative by RBI, there are a lot of financial services which are being provided through mobile. And when the growth of mobile and the growth of mobile penetration is so high, definitely it translates into a growth in the financial services industry. What next? Innovation. If you look at mutual funds or insurance or equities, there are a lot of new financial products which are coming up almost every month. This is the growth potential. So why do you think there are so many innovative financial products which are coming up? That's because there is a growth potential in that. So this is the beauty of finance, which has abundant growth opportunities and also growing job prospects as a result of that. What's next? Financially rewarding careers. Throughout the world, if you see, financial professionals are regarded as one of the high-profile individuals in terms of the money which they draw, in terms of the salaries, in terms of the compensation, in terms of the annual bonuses. Financial professionals are one of the highly regarded ones. And what next? Why finance is so important? Finance is a lifeblood of every company, every business. It is all pervasive. It is available everywhere. It is not just about set of rules. It is a way of thinking. You need not have to have a proper degree to manage a finance. But why we are over here saying that there are specialized courses which we can go for? That's because it helps us manage it better. Better decision making always helps us to be confident even in difficult times. Let's move on. Profiles. After knowing the advantages of profiles, now let us get into the details of different profiles which are commonly seen in finance industry or finance as a stream. The first and foremost and the most widely seen profiles is tax and accounting. Tax and accounting, who in this world doesn't know what is tax and what is accounting? Probably they may not know to the level which an expert knows, but definitely they are aware of the terms tax and accounting. This shows the level of penetration these accounting and tax profiles have on different people. What do we do under tax and accounting? Under taxation, you have a domestic taxation, you have international taxation, wherein you study the taxation practices of different countries and follow them. And in accounting, so typically accounting is nothing but the presentation of the historical information in a methodical way. Financial planning is part of tax and accounting. So one of the common job profiles which you see under tax and accounting is accountant, taxation analyst, and FP&A, financial planning and analysis analyst. FP&A is growing a lot of importance in today's world, and there are a lot of growth opportunities over there. Let's talk in detail about these profiles and these career prospects in the coming slides. What's next? Banking and insurance. As you know, for every economy to grow, you need to have a solid banking system, followed by insurance. Insurance not necessarily helps you to save the money, but also comes in handy in terms of any unfortunate event. Banking and insurance together form the pillar of any economy, and as such, there are a lot of opportunities in these two fields. You have private players, you have government players, also you have foreign players operating in this field.
Yes.
What's next? Investment banking. What do we know by investment banking? Unlike regular banks, investment banks mainly involve in advisory services. I'm sure all of you are aware of the capital markets, IPOs which come up. Some companies announce share buyback, share consolidations, new issues, follow-on issues. How that happens, or who makes that happen? It is the investment banker. Yes, you heard it correct. It is the investment banker who makes all these things happen. They are the ones who advise the company in terms of the issuance of the capital, what is the timing of issuance, what price at which they can actually place the shares in the market, when they can go for share buyback or share consolidation, what is the rationale for that. So they provide day in and day out these advisory services. And when we talk about investment banking, there are two aspects which we mainly need to look at, which is a sell side as well as a buy side. What do we mean by sell side? Sell side are the players who prepare the research and they sell the research, equity research, as part of their advisory activities. And buy side, in turn, would help the companies to buy the research which is produced by sell side and help them come up with the strategies. What's next? Investment management. As the name itself suggests, investment management is nothing but managing the investment, collective investment taken from individuals, institutions. Typical examples of investment management companies are your mutual funds, hedge funds, pension funds. What do? They collect the money at different quantities from different individuals and they manage the investment on your behalf. There are a lot of growing opportunities in investment management fields as of today because it's accepted everywhere. All of us want to have a specialized service in the investment management. All of us want to actually invest in various services. But also all of us want to make more money out of our investments. What's next? Corporate finance. What is corporate finance? Corporate finance revolves around the decision of capital financing activities, and also the capital structure. What is the ideal capital structure which a company should follow? And what is the source of funding? So this is typically the role of a corporate finance professional. Their main work is to enhance the value of the company which they are working so that it is attractive for the buyers and it also attractive for the investors in that companies. What's next? Project finance. What is it all about? Project finance is all about financing long-term investments in infrastructure and industrial projects with an aim to consider with the aim of the future cash flows from the projects rather than concentrating on the balance sheet of the sponsors. Institutions and individuals, they come together, large individuals, they come together and invest in long-term industrial projects, and their main motto is to get the returns which are generated out of these project future cash flows. This is in brief about the various profiles in finance. Now let's talk about the career in finance. As I mentioned a couple of minutes ago, there are a lot of career opportunities in finance. Finance is all pervasive, has so many career opportunities in various fields. Let me just introduce you to some of the popular, the most widely seen career opportunities. To start with, equity analyst. What does an equity analyst does? Basically, he analyzes the financial performance using tools and techniques. And it is an entry-level position in a company. Those who aspire to start off equity analyst or financial analyst is one of the best ways to start. What's next? Financial market analyst. What does a financial market analyst do? He basically tracks the market events, financial market events, be it in terms of the price movements, be it in terms of the settlement details, be it in terms of the recommendation. This is also one of the entry-level positions which fixed income or a credit. What do? Equity analyst and the financial market analyst, they focus on the equity markets. Fixed income analyst focuses on credit research or the bond research of the derivatives. They track these investments which are available in the market in terms of the yield which they provide, what are the benefits which are available out of it, which looks attractive for an investor, and then take a decision and provide their findings to upper management. This is also an entry-level position which you see in a financial services industry. Next one, investment or financial advisor. I'm sure all of you would have been at least once by now been approached by financial advisor in terms of taking up some investment plans, to invest in mutual funds, to go for credit cards, or to take up some investment and the insurance plans. This is typically the work of a financial advisor. They try to market different financial products which are available in the market. What's next? Risk analyst. Risk analyst typically identifies and analyzes the potential risk which may have an impact on the company's financials. When we say risk, it is the probability of occurrence of something bad or something good. Why is risk analysis, the risk analyst role is important? Why is it important? That's because anticipating or identifying the risk in advance would help you as a financial professional to plan your finances better. What are the different types of risk which we are talking about? One is a market risk. What is a market risk? What happened in 2008 or 2009 in financial markets? It crashed. As a risk analyst, if you had anticipated the market crash or the sudden fall of the share prices, you could have planned your strategy around that. Similarly, there are other types of risk, which is operational risk. What do we mean by operational risk? See, right now, all of us are listening to the webinar. What happens? Suddenly there is a system breakdown. This is nothing but an operational risk. We need to anticipate and then identify. Once you anticipate and identify this risk, then you can have suitable strategy in place to overcome that risk. What's next? Policies. What happened 2 days ago? Union government in India came up with an annual budget. What if they had drastically changed some policies which were in place for last so many years? Definitely, that would have definitely had an impact on the financials of a company. As a risk analyst, we need to analyze these things and identify them. And once you identify and analyze it, it helps you to plan better in terms of the financials. Now let's talk about technical market analyst. Technical market analyst basically makes use of the price and volume movements in the share market and helps predict the future price or the target price of a company in coming months, coming years. What's next? Fundamental market analyst. Fundamental analysis is a key to investment, if you ask me. I, as an investor, also as a trader, I rely on the fundamental analysis, which takes into consideration your financial statements, financial ratios, what is the revenue growth, what is the profit margin, what is the earnings per share, and all those details, and then take an investment decision. As a fundamental market analyst, you typically do the same thing. You analyze and anticipate or forecast the future price movement of a company based on the fundamental analysis which you do. This is one of the interesting career opportunities for those who are interested in the financial markets. What's next? Trader. What does a trader do? Traders typically are associated with the brokerage firms and they execute the trades on your behalf. If you want to purchase Infosys stocks, if you want to sell your holdings in Reliance, these are the ones who come handy. What's next? International financial management. As a finance professional, working for the last 9 years, working with different individuals, different teams throughout the world, I know the importance of the international financial management. International financial management is all about managing your finances in the international arena. What are the widely accepted financial standards or accounting practices in the world which would definitely help you as a financial professional to deal with your counterparts in different markets in this world? I have personally experienced it, having the exposure to work with different teams from different parts of the world, having knowledge about the international financial management, international financial standards would come as handy for you. Investor Relations Manager is another interesting career opportunity in finance. What does IR Manager does? They basically manage the investor relations process within a company. What is the typical role of the investor relations is to provide two-way communication between a company and the investment community outside. They act as a bridge between the company and the investment community. The typical role involves helping a company prepare their annual reports, presentations, passing on the information in a uniformed way to the investment community. And at the same time, the second side of it, or rather a different side of the investor relations manager or the investor relations services, is to pass on the market sentiment to the company management. How does market think? When I say market, all of you, investment community, how does investment community think about the company in terms of its future growth, future opportunities? How do they think about it? These IR services and the IR managers, they pass on, they understand the pulse of the market community and they pass on the information to the management, which is one of the interesting career opportunities. What's next? Financial planning and investment services. As a finance professional or having the solid knowledge about the financial products, financial markets, you can start your own financial planning and investment services. You can take franchisee from the existing financial planning services, and you can start on your own. That is also one of the career opportunities for you. What's next? Brokerage firms. Brokerage firms are the ones who would help you to purchase, sell shares in the capital market. They would help you create demat account. They would help you manage your shares in their account. They facilitate the trade. They also provide advisory activities for you to take the investment decisions. Insurance companies, as I mentioned previously, insurance assets under management in India is growing at an astounding rate of 16.8%, which is not seen anywhere in the world with respect to the insurance company growth. This is one of the fastest growing services in the world, Indian insurance business. That's the level of growth and the potential it has. And you can get into insurance companies under different roles. What's next? Commercial and investment banks. As you know, we have a lot of opportunities in banks and investment banks as a financial professional. All you need to do is to take required exams conducted by various boards and then get into banking career, which is one of the fastest growing and financially rewarding career opportunities. Credit unions. Credit unions or the financial cooperatives is another option which you can think of. If you have an entrepreneurial spirit in you, if you have like-minded people, or if you want to give back something to the society, or if you have to create some growth opportunities, you as a financial professional, you can start the credit unions, or you can join the credit unions and the financial cooperatives which are already running. I've already explained about the investor relations service as such. Now let's move on. So far, we learned about different profiles. What are the career opportunities which we can see under different profiles? What's next for us? Now let's look at some of the popular and the interesting courses which are available in finance. Note This is not a comprehensive list. I have listed out only the top or the most popular and most widely recognized courses over here. MBA, Masters in Business Administration, Masters of Business Administration. There's various universities who conduct entrance examination after your graduation. You can take up those examination, and you can, once you meet the selection criteria, you can get into MBA programs. You can take up CAT, MAT, also the entrance examinations conducted by various universities of your interest. What's next? MCOM, Masters of Commerce. If you have a flair for accounting and finance without really worrying about the management part of it, then MCOM is a career option for you, wherein you get to know more about taxation, you get to know more about accounting, and it also helps you to get into various financial career opportunities which we talked about. What's next? CA and CPA. I'm sure all of you know what CA does. Chartered Accountant is one of the most popular and highly rewarding career opportunities in India. Why I have clubbed CPA over here? CPA is nothing but a certified public accountant, which is a widely known course equivalent to Chartered Accountant course throughout the world. CPA is being recognized throughout the world, which is an equivalent to your CA. We have different levels. Let me not get into complete details about it. CA has three different. If you want to become a CA or a Chartered Accountant, you have to, which is nothing but CPA, which is at a foundation level, CPT. Next one is IPCC, which is at the intermediate level and the final examination. If you are 10+2, then you can enroll for CPT, which is a foundation examination, without necessarily going through your graduation. On the other hand, if you are a graduate and if you want to become a chartered accountant, you can straight away go for IPCC, which is nothing but an intermediate level at the first step in the CA examination. And then once you pass IPCC at the intermediate level, you have to undergo articleship and a CA form for 3 years. And after that, you are eligible to take a final examination. And once you complete all these selection criteria, you can be a certified chartered accountant. Same is the case with CPA. CPA Institute specifies the selection criteria, what needs to be followed, what is the eligibility criteria, which you can follow if you are interested in an internationally recognized course, then you can go for that. What is the next course which we are talking about here? ICWA or ICAA. What does that mean? It is Institute of Cost and Works Accountant or Cost and Management Accountant, which we typically call as ICAA. This institute conducts Cost and Management Accountant examination, which also has 3 stages, as I mentioned earlier, for CA, which is a foundation course, intermediate course, and also the final course. If you are 10+2, you can go for foundation course. If you are a graduate, you can straight away enroll for intermediate course. And on the other hand, once you complete your intermediate course, you can go for a final examination. Once you complete your intermediate course, again you have to go for an articleship for 3 years, and you need to get exposed to cost and management accounting practices and various institutions. Then only you would be eligible to go for a main examination. What's next? CS, Company Secretary. This is also one of the most widely recognized courses in India, However, if you compare it with CA and ICWA, there is less number of takers for this. One is because of the complexity which is involved, and also the less visibility this role has. If you ask me, CS is one of the financially rewarding career opportunities, which is regarded as one of the high-level roles in a company. Company secretary helps the company in running, adhering to all the regulatory framework provided by the company. He is the guardian of a company when it comes to law and regulation. He has to safeguard the interests of the company, and at the same time, he helps the company run in the regulatory framework specified by the government wherever a company operates. It also has 3 levels, equivalent to your foundation, intermediate, and also final. If you're a degree holder, you can straight away go for the executive program, which is equivalent to your intermediate level. And once you complete your executive program or the intermediate program, you can enroll for the final examination, which is nothing but a professional program. And once you complete that, you need to go for 15 days of mandatory training. And once you're done with that, you can be called as a company secretary. What's next? CFA, Chartered Financial Analyst. Of late, with the growing financial markets, with the growth of investment bankers and the investment management companies, Chartered Financial Analyst is one of the most widely sought after job roles, which is at the same time, this is one of the most difficult examinations which you see in the financial industry. This has 3 levels, level 1, level 2, and level 3. You can take up level 1 twice a year, and then level 2 and level 3 you can take up once in a year. There is no other prior requirement other than that you need to be a financial professional for a few years, and after that you can take up CFA. Now let's go to the next topic and then discuss in detail about how the courses and the careers would map. Well, so far we learned about the various courses, what are the career opportunities, what are the different profiles which we have. Now let's look at how all of these will. Let's talk about the profile and course map. We talked about tax and accounting as one of the most widely seen profiles. Which course, if you take up, would help you get into that particular profile? CA, MBA with specific focus to taxation, and MCOM. Please note, if I don't mention any other course over here, it doesn't mean that you can't get into tax and accounting course or tax and accounting profile if you are a CFA. That is not my intention. My intention is to say these are the courses which you take, which are the ideal suits, which are ideally suitable for the profiles. It doesn't mean that other courses, if you take up, you can't get into these fields. Let me make it clear for you. Investment banking. As I said, the typical work of investment banking is to provide advisory services in the investment and the financial services domain. As such, your MBA, MCOM, which helps you to understand the basics, and also CFA, which is a specialized course in valuation, investment management, and the financial analysis that would help you work as an advisor in investment banking domain. Same is the case in the investment management. In investment management, as we talked about, you would be managing the investments. Example being your pension funds, mutual funds, and all of them. As such, you need to have thorough knowledge about the management of finance, the core activities in finance, and at the same time, how these financial products work, what is the valuation of that, and also about the financial planning. And as such, your MBA, MCOM, and CFA would help you to get into investment management services. Equity research. Equity research is nothing but coming up with a research document on the performance of the company after analyzing various aspects. As I talked about the fundamental analysis, people who are in equity research, they analyze the company in the light of their previous performance. They also look at the competitive advantage which they have in the market and how they are placed. And after that, they come up with the equity research. Equity research is nothing but an advice which they provide to the investor in terms of whether they can invest in a particular stock, whether they can sell a particular stock, what is the timing of it. Can I buy Infosys today? Is it correctly valued? What is the appreciation which I get it? Or can I sell the Infosys stock if I already have it? These are the decisions which we need to take. And equity research professionals would help you do that because they provide the recommendations. And CFA and CA, so these are the typical courses which would help you get into equity research field and also help you become a better individual in equity research field. What's next? Banking and insurance, one of the other lucrative careers in finance. For that, you need to go for banking and IRDA exams conducted by those both banking and IRDA at various intervals. Now let's look at profile and company map. We talked about tax and accounting. I want to use the same profiles which we used earlier. What are the important players in this profile which are operating, which you can aspire to become, or which you can aspire to enter? EY, Deloitte, KPMG, PricewaterhouseCoopers. These are the major accounting firms in the world who are operating in the field of tax and accounting. What's next? Investment banking. The typical investment banking providers are Deutsche Bank, Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, who are into advisory, helping the companies to place. So these are the companies which you can aspire to become or to enter if you want to get into investment banking domain. Investment management, any mutual fund and the pension funds. There are various players in mutual funds and pension funds where you can get into if you want to practice investment management. Equity research, as I said, the primary focus is to come up with the research documents where you advise your clients and the investors on buying and selling the shares. The typical players who are in the market, especially in the Indian market, are Amba Research, Angel Broking, Sharekhan. What's next? Banking and insurance. We have private sector banks as well as public sector banks. You can take up career in any. This is pretty much in terms of profile and the company map. Let us end the presentation now with some of the quotes given by different financial professionals. One of the quotes says that money is like a sixth sense, and you can't make use of the other five senses without money. Beautiful, isn't it? The next quote says, you only need to make one big score in finance to be a hero forever. Doesn't it sound interesting for you? All you need to make is one big decision. And if that big decision can help you grow forever, that can give you a hero position in any of the company where you get into. What's next? These are the important quotes on investment money given by Warren Buffett. I'm sure all of you know about Warren Buffett. I can go through these quotes. Thank you very much. If there are any questions, feel free to ask. We have next few minutes. Well, while questions come in, let's talk about the different quotes given by Warren Buffett. One of the important or the interesting quotes given by Warren Buffett on earnings is, never depend on a single income, make investment to create a second source. Beautiful, isn't it? He also says on spending, if you buy things which you don't need, soon you will have to sell the things which you need. Which I personally like this, because if you look at the consumerism, what's happening around, we unnecessarily spend on things which we don't really need. As such, it is important for us to spend on the things which we really need and then save it for future. On savings, do not save what is left after spending, but rather spend what is after saving. And crisis, if you plan it in advance in terms of saving. But also it helps you realize your dreams in future. On taking risk, Warren Buffett says, never test the depth of river with both the feet, which typically says, no doubt you need to be experimental, but at the same time you have to be cautious. On investment, do not put all eggs in one basket. which means diversify your investments. If you have X number of rupees, don't just put it in one particular financial product. Rather, diversify it so that we talked about risk, and all of us know risk, anticipating the risk and identifying the risk is very important, and risk can come from anywhere. As such, diversifying your investment would help you in future. Thanks, friends, for joining me and listening to me the last 45 minutes. If you have any doubts, feel free to reach out to Spandana. They in turn would reach out to me, and I can try answering any of your questions offline, be it in terms of the courses or any career, any help which you need with respect to finance. Thank you.
Phone somebody. One minute. One minute. It's not, and then I'll call back. Nice to be back. Hope the first session on finance was informative. I would like to have some kind of feedback being typed in the right side bottom corner of your screen. Just to take it forward, we have the next session, which will be in marketing. Marketing professional, Mr. Vital Sawant, who is associated with sales and marketing domain for over 50 years. He started his career with global brands like St. Gobain's, 3M, and Extra, and is currently working with the Fortune 500 company from the USA. He has spent most of his time in B2B marketing and focusing on execution. So you have an excellent speaker next who will be taking you through marketing life ahead. If you have any questions with regards to finance, we can still have a few minutes to cover it up. Otherwise, we will go ahead with marketing and then with HR after the marketing session. Yeah, there are few questions from a few of my friends on finance. So what I would request is you can make a note or a scribbling pad. We can come again for the questions for finance, marketing, and HR together, so that we can have clarity on all the prospects before we could decide which specialization is interesting for you.
Good morning, friends. I would like to first thank Srinivasan for giving a small profile. Yeah, thanks Srinivasan for giving that small profile about me. I have been, as he said, I have been in the industry of sales and marketing for more than 15 years. I have scaled my career being in frontline sales, then graduating into middle level, and now actually have taken up marketing as a full-time career. Presently working with a company wherein I have just to tell you a product that has been an iconic brand and it's been there for the last 40 years. So we're trying to revive this brand. So I would be actually in the next 45 minutes or so taking you guys into the field of marketing, giving you the flair of the positive sides as well as the negatives. And I think I would definitely like to discuss few case studies that you all have been, I would say, attached to most recently. And I think that would give you a good idea as to what you can do further. So the first question I would like to ask is, it's a situation I'm giving you. Could you actually imagine a world without marketing? Yeah, it would. So it would actually look something like the bottom, all the cans looking similar, with no differentiation. You would not know what kind of flavor it is, what is the content, nothing. So it would be absolutely a bland stuff. So our economies would collapse, our standards of living would plummet, as a result of consumers not having enough information about their options. And due to the plunging stock markets, I think nobody would be there even to get our monthly salaries or the economy. That's the reason I said the economies would clash. Without branding, people would lack confidence in their decisions, as they wouldn't know what type of performance is to be expected from a given product or service. Televisions would not have enough funding to operate, so no stuffs on the televisions. Google would crash down, and I think that's the reason why I think we would probably look at a world without marketing little closer. It would be more something like this: a fiction which George Orwell wrote in 1948. The book was titled 1984. In 48, he could probably give a flair of what the future could be. In fact, it is a classic fiction book. Even today, I think nobody has written a better book than that. His narrative is so relevant today. 1984 has gone by, but I think if you start reading this book, you wouldn't stop unless you've done this book. So I think in reality, if you look into a world without marketing, it would be very close to the erstwhile USSR, where even if you have to buy a coffee, you would not get any coffee days or the Starbucks what is available there. You would have to go to probably a generic coffee house, and you don't know what kind of ground coffee beans they are brewing with just any water. Or still further, you want to purchase toilet papers, and you are left standing in the line for just any toilet paper, because ultimately you need to have at least something better than nothing. Now this looks same everywhere. It feels same everywhere. It's absolutely bland, it's boring, and just plain awful, I would say. I believe that there couldn't be any world of our society without marketing. Even in a more primitive, intuitive form, marketing basically is in everything. You would probably relate it to the God also needs advertising. Just think of the bells in the temples and the churches. So marketing is one of the most popular career destinations for newly qualified graduates like you. And it is easy to see why. Marketers are the people who make us just do it, entice us to get the London look, and make us believe daag achhe hain. So it's all because we have been fed with certain thoughts in our minds by these lovely brands that we believe that just do it is a style statement, London look is a fashion quotient, and daag achhe hain is something to do with cut loose. We are there to help you. So these are the strong positioning statements that these brands have implanted in our minds. And that is the reason why we would believe the brands, what they are actually telling us, and cease to a certain extent, reason our own logic. Marketing is concerned with identifying consumer demand relative to a product or a service and developing ways in which consumers can purchase these in the optimum amounts to make your company profitable. Kindly highlight the word optimum. In fact, we all are concerned about consumerism, but marketing would probably give you the sense, the decision to choose among the equals. So it's not about hardcore consumerism, it's about making a decision between the available choices. This involves analyzing market research, distribution, design of the product, place, that is where to sell it, pricing and promotion, and I think typically we all put this in the bracket of 4 P's: pricing, promotion, place, and packaging. So every decision of this kind would involve a holistic approach to the product or the service one aspires to sell. By tapping into your market buying habits, your job is to develop new products, design the packaging to make your product stand apart from the competition, that is, public relations, develop advertising strategies either for the print media or for the electronic media, and various other media and after sales services. So this is exactly what we do typically in a marketing program. We make the media planning, we design the campaign, the marketing communication campaign, we design the product packaging, we formulate the pricing strategy based on the target audience. So these are the typical decisions that a marketer would kind of take. One of the biggest reasons why so many people are drawn into marketing industry every year is the prestige that is often associated with working for some of the biggest, most recognizable brands, internationally known Coca-Cola, Virgin Atlantic, L'Oreal, and it actually adds up to a lot of glamour because these are the brands that are associated with high glamour, fashion quotient. There is marketing that attempts to persuade people to buy car insurance, a simple thing like a car insurance, I would say. Eat more greens or use less energy. These are the societal marketing requirements. Then there are business-to-business marketing cases where you're promoting an industrial and office equipment, or it could be direct marketing via telephone or mail, websites, and TV. Most recently, I think we have seen advent of social media marketing. So there are quite a large array of marketing bifurcations that one can actually take up. One of the beauties of working in marketing is the innumerable opportunities to specialize in certain areas such as market research, direct marketing, diversification into related disciplines such as public relations, advertisement, market research is already covered, and marketing communications. So you have sub-marketing areas within the gamut of marketing domain that you can specialize in. And these talents are great in demand. A corporation like Pepsi, for example, would probably have hundreds of marketing brain behind a simple campaign promoting the Cricket World Cup, or probably associated with some kind of a fashion event. The direction is actually provided for the campaign by the marketing, and that's the place where marketing becomes a center stage activity for all the other functions, be it HR, be it finance, be it production, be it even logistics, supply chain, and so on and so forth. So marketing in the sense is actually driving the entire company, corporation, towards the goal, financial goal, which is basically maximizing the investor value. So let's look at what career options we have. New entrants in the industry will typically start the career as marketing executive. I guess a lot of myths around this term marketing executive. People more often confuse sales as marketing. Sales would probably be a subset of marketing. Rather, I would say it would be the execution part of the marketing program that sales would denote. If you are in the world of branding and rebranding, the common options available here would be of a product manager or assistant brand manager. This is the place where you would manage a particular brand. You would be given a particular product. You would be looking into the sales campaign. You would be looking into the marketing campaign. Excuse me. You would be looking into the communication. You would be looking into the stocking. You would be looking into the sales forecast, production schedule. All these activities will be at a single point under a product manager. I can clarify it a little better. Let's assume you are looking at a brand called Ariel. Within Ariel, you have 3 sub-brands. So you would ideally hold on to one product and you would be managing that product for that particular brand, and that's exactly what you mean by a assistant brand manager. Another popular entry-level position is that of market researchers. Market researchers have a very wide appeal. It could be with a corporate entity who would like to seek research about the perceptions of the product or the brands they have in the market, or it could be with a consultant who would primarily be engaging in services to other corporates and other brands by doing market research for them. Furthermore, it could be also required by people who would be doing extensive surveys with regards to consumer behavior, surveys with regards to a particular new product launch, or maybe even further, it could be also used by the psephologists who predict election victories and results. As you move up the career ladder, marketing managers and directors occupy the top position within an industry. I can for sure tell you the statistics world over, you would find most of the top slots in the corporations have invariably been occupied by people who have been in marketing domain. They understand the pulse of the customer. They understand the pulse of the employees. Marketing is the only domain which has got a high dependence on cross-functional competencies. Marketing, in a sense, would network, would actually bridge gaps between all the functions of an operation. And this domain is actually growing day by day. The industry is fast-paced and can never be called pedestrian. It is at times glamorous, but yes, you have always pile load of work. It's not a simple job, it's a hard work job. You can probably forget what the timings you can actually come back home. Though you will have a timing to get back, go to the office, but you will never know what pulls you down coming back home. So it's not a 9 to 5 job and can actually go longer also. But employment is predominantly permanent. And as the choice of media becomes increasingly diverse, I think demand for skilled and creative marketers will always continue to rise. And the best part of the marketing is your rewards are also very good. It's a direct measurable job, and you have facts and figures against you. So you at times can demand your share of return. It's a very powerful role in an organization, and the organization understands it better because you're worth it. So let me move ahead for some case studies. I think it's a good time to take a break. So I'll start maybe after about 5 minutes. So welcome back. So let's actually start up with a case study which you all have pretty familiar knowledge of. That's the story of Max. I think one observation which comes across most of the innovations being failing is primarily for the fact that they bring a new product, but probably they don't understand the innovation being perceived by the consumers in the same context. Would people pay for the innovation? Would they think that this product is good for them? That is one aspect. Second aspect is the fact that most innovations don't make a good marketing kill, and that actually kind of defeats the very purpose of the innovation. Now we are here dealing with iPhone, iMac, and Apple products. Now I think what Apple did wonderfully well was creating a brand image that of hep new generation, trendy young listeners, trendy guy versus a boring guy on a PC top, and a fashion statement with a lot of colors and so on and so forth. So they actually kind of created a makeover for the products what they were selling. That was very important. And today I think Apple charges a bomb for the kind of products they have. But let's actually look into what is the actual business they are in. Now, what is a typical price of a 32 GB flash drive? Approximately 900 rupees. And that for a 64 GB, 1800 rupees. Now, the same context, when you talk about an iPhone scenario, iPhone for 32 GB, an iPhone for 64 GB, there's a huge price difference of 10,000, which I think is a big amount. They are charging almost like 100% premium on the available market storage price. Between a 32 GB iPhone and a 64 GB iPhone, everything is the same except for the storage. A typical cost should have actually been 1,000 rupees more, but it's actually 10,000 rupees. So they are demanding 10 times. Now that's the story of iPhone. That's the story of Apple, which is actually talking about innovation, communication in the right way to the right customers, and getting the revenues. So this is a classic example, a classic case study taught in the business schools. How innovation, how the right marketing mix can bring in the dollars. Now here's another story, very recent one. All of us have voted in the last general elections. And let's look at how Narendra Modi as an image was created. Now, Narendra Modi had three important issues that he had to make over. The marketers behind him looked at his profile and felt that he has a regional image. And how to build this regional image into a national brand. That was one issue. The second issue was of a tainted past and how that could be repaired and pushed across as a growth agenda. And third thing is the kind of image he generally had with the urban voters, largely a Hindi-speaking belt, but how would he connect with the English-speaking youth? 150 million voters were new this time who would be voting for the first time. So that was a large target audience. So these were the three challenges before the marketing team. And how would one come across the positioning was on this part. अच्छे दिन आने वालेंगे आएंगे अब की बार मोदी सरकार. These were the kind of positioning image created by the marketing team and the advertising professionals who actually worked on this image were Piyush Pandey, Prasun Joshi, and Sam Balsar. You had a team from Zoho, Aruna Khandelwal and Satish Desai, who actually ran a wonderful campaign in the radio and the print medias. Janta maaf nahi karegi. Ab ki baar Modi Sarkar. So these were the kind of positionings which helped Modi to bridge his past, come out with an image, and all these statements, positioning statements, were playing in the minds of voters like us. We started believing what these people were telling us, and I think the results are a testimony to that. So when we talk about positioning, it's all about what uniquely you have that only you can claim, and how compelling and different it is that I think customer starts believing or customer starts caring. And that's the place where we talk about our differentiating strategy, around which we build our marketing plan. So it's a seesaw model. You have promise, you have differentiation, you have support on one side, and what is the cost, what is the effort I take, and what is the risk involved is on the other side. So typically, that's the balance we try to work more towards the promise, differentiation, support side, and lesser towards the cost and effort and risk. So our marketer jobs mostly revolves around this statement. I was talking a little while ago about the advent of social media and how it has actually transformed and brought about a new marketing avenue. This is a small, I would say, presentation made to the restaurant owners, where they were typically wanting to push in the word of mouth on a Facebook or YouTube. And let me tell you, among all the marketing communications, the word of mouth is the most strongest. You would tend to believe a friend who has been there. You would tend to believe a relative who's been there. You would tend to believe a person who you have a trust, and that strikes instantly. Social media marketing is one of the most fastest growing avenues. We have mobile apps, we have web apps, and that's the way the things are in the future. So I will touch about the ethical dilemma, and it's a small narration. Please bear with me. I came across an old article where the branding was supposed to be an activity for scaling the business. It was supposed to be about greed of a company and not the need of the company. And people were talking about marketing or branding limiting our creativity to a few selected formulas in life. And as I travel world over, I felt it's the same taste of coffee at Starbucks everywhere, whether it is in India or it is in US or anywhere else. And what is Starbucks doing is basically asking us not to explore, have the same coffee everywhere. So this is one part people probably might argue that marketing is kind of limiting our creativity to experiment, to try new products. Marketing is kind of making us get into the hole of consumerism. The marketing people want us to spend more so that they are benefiting. So there is always an ethical dilemma, as is the case with other domains and disciplines across. It could be of HR, it could be of finance. You have these dilemmas everywhere. And I think the one thing which I come clearly is actually when we do things, we have to have a social responsibility. We have to have sustainable way of looking at things, and never do things just for the sake it demands. A typical approach of marketing would look into market situation, which is basically analyzing the macro trends. Then we have the 5 C's: competition, company, value chain, Then we have the segment, target, and positioning. We would look into a value proposition and then decide what's the strategy. Once we are fine with the strategy, we would look into the 4Ps, which is the price, promotion, product, and the place. So once the 4Ps are on, finally it comes to hitting the consumers and the target audiences through marketing communications. So this is a typical flow of a marketing domain. You have specialized within each of the areas, and most importantly, let me also tell you that in a career option, you would typically get enough experience and enough exposure in all the domains. So I wouldn't say that a person who spent 15 to 20 years in marketing would be an expert. It's a large domain. As you grow up the career, you would actually get specialized into a particular domain and you would be an expert in that. So starting at the start part of the career, you would probably get to know more about the entire macro environment. And as you grow up, you would probably choose picking up one of these careers as an option for you. So why would I want to work in marketing? That's the question I was attempting to understand all this while. And if I think there is enough discussions around, I guess you would have made up your mind. This is the last slide. I'm just leaving you in a. I'm leaving you in a narration again. I happened to speak to a co-worker who kind of asked me this: isn't marketing just about selling people things they don't need? This is much against the quotes of Warren Buffett. He says you have to buy things which you need only. Otherwise, you will end up selling things which you want. I think I would probably toe a line here, a cautious line. Marketing is not as noble as a cause as teaching, or maybe a hospital or a healthcare is. But I argue it plays an equally important role in our society. So with that, I actually conclude the presentation, and I'm open for questions. So I hope you had enough time to get into my presentation. I have attempted to give you a real story of how it works at the corporate end, being in marketing domain. You have a great career, I believe. I think one important thing today I would like to share with you is that at times of retrenchment or downsizing, marketing people are the last. That's because sales and marketing are into a revenue generation side of the corporation. So while things are hard, nobody even thinks about downsizing on the sales and the marketing staff, because you cannot afford to have lesser revenues for you at the when things are hard. So that is one part. And second part is you get to know, you get to meet different people. You get to have different exposure to cultures, behaviors. These kind of add up to your personality in the long run. I know for many instances, salespeople can manage any situation much better than probably a person who would be in other domain. And these are hard facts of life. It is a great career choice, and I guess some of you would choose this as a career option. So I've got the first question, and a very interesting one. The question is marketing as a career recommended for women? Because most of people talking marketing do not recommend it for women. Now, being in the industry, I can for sure tell you that this is an industry which is as diverse as any other industries. One of the best marketing gurus I have known in my career is a woman. Women, typically, if you ask me, are more understanding in terms of consumer behavior patterns. They have the attention to detail. They have certain facts that probably most of us would not even look at. And marketing, as I was talking to you earlier, is not just about sales. So marketing, hardcore marketing, most often happens within the boardroom. You do engage people in the market research activity, and once the data is coming to you, you start analyzing it, you start devising a strategy. So it is as good as a career for any person, I would say, be it man or a woman. And with the kind of or mobile apps or internet marketing or marketing communications, I think there is plethora of opportunities, and I think why not marketing be the only domain for men? So things have changed, and I think I would probably give it 100% thumbs up for women to join marketing.
Welcome back. We had two good sessions, finance and marketing. Next, we will head on to human resource. Once you understand the three different categories of specialization, you will be able to decide which one suits you better. We have an excellent speaker next, Ms. Nandita. Nandita has about 11 years of experience in human resource. She holds an MBA in HR from Bangalore University and has been associated with the Information Technology and Financial Services Organization in various reputed companies. She is currently working as an HR manager with HP in Bangalore, and her responsibility lies in employee relations, HR strategies, talent management, talent development, diversity and inclusions. She has conducted various HR workshops and seminars in partnership with Society of Human Resource Management in various universities in India. An excellent professional in HR. You can definitely look into the presentations and you will understand how well it can move on. And then we can come on to question and answer sessions and aptitude test, a small aptitude test to understand where you fit in exactly. That will give a real insight of what you are, where you stand, and what can be done further. Yeah. Here I call upon Nandita.
You all can hear me clearly. I would like to first of all thank Srinivasan for that introduction, and I think there were two informative sessions that you've all just gone through with your understanding finance and marketing, and now we will talk about HR. And I'll do my best to see how much I can share with you all. Really, I'm not an expert, but then I have some experience which I will be happy to share with you all, and I'll be open to questions at the end of the session. So what you can really expect out of today's session from me is I will cover a little bit of basics around HR. I understand that you must have already had some theoretical exposure to what entails HR in your curriculum. I really will not go too much into detail. I'll try to capture what is important for you to be aware of, to be so that it's really useful for you to take it forward in your plan for your future career. And I will also just at the later part to cover some tips on job search, which I think will be relevant in case you really are looking for a job immediately after your graduation, or maybe even if it is later point, this information is something I thought will be useful for you. So we can start.
Thank you.
Okay. You can go to the next slide. Okay. First of all, a question that you have to ask yourself is, why do you want to be in HR? So I meet a lot of people. I meet a lot of people in my career, and even freshers and people who are from other functions and departments as well, reach out to me and look for opportunities in HR. So first of all, you have to get this fundamental question answered for yourself. And I see one very common response that I receive is that I like interacting with people, which is a very standard answer that I hear from many youngsters, which I think is really not a skill, a major competency to have to be in HR, because interacting with people is something that you really require in every function in the organization that you're part of, not just in HR. So that is something that you want to think about, and as we go forward, we'll look into various aspects so that you will probably get an answer as to what you need to be in HR. So first of all, another basic question. You might know, you might not know, and there might be various perspectives that all of you might bring in understanding what is HR. So what is human resources? Okay, so this is a function which really takes care of the people, people capital of an organization, as we put it. So, okay, that's just a pictorial representation where you can see that there are people forming in the forming an image there in the shape of a heart. So I'd like to take an example with our family structure, with the home structure, to just try and explain very simply what an HR does. Because I'll tell you, HR is not a function or a department which is tangible in nature like the way finance is, where 1 + 1 = 2. HR is really very, very intangible in nature and is very subjective. And of course, there are many other aspects where the tangible things support the decisions we make in HR, but still, let me take an example of a family situation. So if you have a family of parents and children, so you have the father, you have the mother, and you have, say, 2 kids. And let's say the father is the breadwinner in a typical generalized structure that we see. I really don't want to get into what is right and what is not right, but anyway, a father who's a breadwinner, and then the mother who's the homemaker, and then we have 2 kids who are supposed to be taken care of by the parents. So if you just relate that to an organization where it is a company where the kids are the employees and the father is the CEO and the mother is actually maybe a support function, let's call, for example, let me just put her in the place of HR. So the well-being of the kids is the responsibility of the parents. It is not just the father's responsibility, it is the mother's responsibility also, right? And while the father is really looking at the larger aspect of getting money for the house, to run the family, to plan the future for the kids, provide for their needs and all that, and there is one strategic goal and objective that the father drives to run the family, and the mother is really the caretaker who is providing the support to the father. Even she is strategically involved. She's obviously concerned and will be definitely involved in every decision regarding the child's education and things that they need, and for their well-being, health, and a whole lot of other things that children require. So if I have to just relate this with the organization, so the children can be of different personalities and different types, and if there is a one-sided approach the father brings in taking care of the children, and then there is the emotional aspect, or the personalities are avoided, where it is only talking about goals and objectives and do this, get this much of marks, and become a scholar, become a doctor, become an engineer. But there are some other softer aspects of the child which have to be taken care of. Say, for example, health, which of course the father will also take care, and emotional well-being of the children is also important. So this is where, in a very simply put scenario, I would say the HR plays this role. So if you look at, say, a kingdom, you have a king, you have a minister, and then you have subjects. The king is the CEO, and the minister is the advisor, who I would typically say is the HR person. And then you have the subjects, who follow the instructions and do as they have their needs and stuff and all that, plus they follow what is directed by the king. But then there is a minister who's a third person, plays that role, who tries to bring in that third person perspective and subjective approach and advises the king. So in that perspective, that is the role of an HR. Very simply put, so we take care of the emotional well-being and also be a strategic partner to the business to help the company run. And big organizations definitely require very strong HR structures and functions in place to help it run really well. So that is very simply put, to try and make it in layman terms, what HR does. And this is a little bit more technical in nature. So you must have heard about a lot of functions and departments that we have in HR. And I have just scattered them into various boxes here and not really showing you any kind of a org structure or a hierarchy or a vertical or a horizontal or a flat or whatever of that sort. This is just those key departments and functions which play a key role in developing that framework and structure for any organization. So we have the workforce planning team, which really is involved in planning planning and forecasting the workforce requirements of a particular department. So it again comes from the business, right? It comes from the CEO, it comes from the leader of that organization who has a certain strategy and goal that he might have to achieve for that particular function, and HR partners with that particular leader to plan the workforce, for example, to start with. And once you plan and you have the numbers in place, then you have to do the talent acquisition, obviously, get people inside, hire them. If it is a new company and a new process, then starting from scratch, obviously you have to hire from outside. But if you are an established organization and you are already well placed in the market, you can have options of hiring from internally from other departments and other BUs within the organization. And then once you have people in place, you have to take care of you have to manage them. So talent management really encompasses your performance management and rewards framework. That is also something which is governed and designed by HR. And then you have to take care of talent development. You have to grow these people. You just can't hire them and they're doing all their work and then you're managing them by putting in a performance management framework in place. But you will also have to really grow and develop them. Here, I'm reminded of a particular quote. This is something which I read recently. So you have the CFO who comes up to the HR and says, so why are we investing so much of money in people when we don't know that they might leave the organization? And the response to that from this HR would be, so what if we don't invest in them, in their development and growth, and then they stay in the company? So does it ring a bell? So it's really, really important for us to grow the people, to invest in their development for the organization's growth. You can't let people be doing the same old thing and stagnating. The company will also stagnate, and then will really not catch up and move forward with what the market or how the industry is really moving. So talent development is another thing. Compensation and benefits, I would say, is in a way somewhere comes under another extra, a framework that is developed by HR and a very important one. We are the custodians of all the employee data and the compensation frameworks that's designed. And there are various means and methods of how we actually go out to put that in place. And of course benefits in terms of all the various policies and stuff that is required for employees' well-being. And then there is employee engagement. So like I said, if it in a family, if everything is just to do with work and development, there needs to be some bit of a fun as well, which really contributes to the emotional well-being and happiness of a person. At a later point, I will share another example with you as to what are the things that HR has done in some companies to motivate people, and these are all employee engagement related examples. I'll come to that a little later, but employee engagement is a regular, some fun stuff that you just keep doing on the floor. It's something which HR drives and may be owned by the business or by the managers themselves or by the employees themselves, but to keep them happy and energetic on the floor. HR information systems is our backend support structure. So like I said, we are the custodians of data and we are the custodians of confidential data. So we ride on a lot of information that we really can't share, and we ride on a lot of information that supports the decisions that we make in HR. So we are managing that data as well, right? So we have to have a robust HR information system in place to keep and manage and run the data. Everything to do with an employee's joining date to birth date to the career paths that the employee sees in the organization in terms of growth, when the person resigned, when the person got promoted, what salary increase the person got, who got involved in which a violation, who got terminated for what reason, blah blah, whole lot of things. It's a huge thing. It's a very important aspect, and that really helps and contributes to a lot of decisions that we make. So these are the main functions, and as a fresher, you really can start off your career in any of these. We'll come to that. So going to the next slide. Yeah, going to the next slide, again talking about the structure. This is a little more in detail. I'm not too sure, some of the wordings there might be a little small and you may not be able to see, but this is again a simple high-level view of how an HR structure is. And here I would like to add a point that this structure will be in alignment with the overall organization structure. So we are not a standalone department and a standalone function, or just a separate support function which is working at its own ways and methods. We are very, very, very clearly aligned with how the overall organization works. So obviously the organization structure will be in place, right? You have a CEO and you have the CFO, you have this Chief Operations Officer, then you have obviously the Human Resource Director, then you have a whole lot of other functional heads who form the overall larger organization structure, and HR is one of the key departments within this entire structure. And so within HR, there are a whole lot of gamut of things that are available. So let me spend a little time here so you can see a lot of names and jargons here. We spoke about it a little while ago. So like I said, we are aligned with the organization. So an organization has a vision, mission, and strategy in place, and HR also has its vision and mission aligned to what the organization has. So you must have already learned this in your curriculum, but visually, if you look at the structure, if you can see the bottom line which talks about the HRIS, and the top yellow line which talks about the corporate culture management, and then the various other functions in between. So these are all the things that HR does. So organization and job structure, we create and build that. We have our talent acquisition team which is into staffing and de-staffing. We are the custodians, and we build the performance management structure. We are also a key contributors and key we basically have the creators of the organizational development to do with talent management, development, and career management, and a whole lot of succession planning, compensation benefits, which I spoke about it, and industrial relations. So there is another piece which was not covered in the previous slide, where we of course we'll have to abide by the law of the land. So every organization has to really work with what the law of the land demands. There are so many things that we put into the structure in terms of policies that we have to follow because it is defined by law. Like for example, in the US, you have a law, a clear-cut law defined that every organization should have a disabled employees, employed in an organization. At least 2% of the employees should be disabled. So that is because of their coming from the law. So similarly, like that in India, we have defined by the law, especially after the Nirbhaya case which happened. There was a law that was enacted in 2013 where it is important that every company in India should have a sexual harassment cell, a prevention of sexual harassment cell, and this is defined by law. And if a company is not having it, and if we don't have the same process and systems defined by what the India law defines, then that company is going to be penalized. So that these are other things which are also very, very important and which is taken care of by HR. And of course, everything is defined by a certain culture that we drive in the organization. We try to cut across various streams and drive a certain culture that's defined. So the values and what the company believes in is what we drive as a HR function. And all of the data is of course there as part of the HR information system that we have. Okay, so this was again at a very high level. Okay, so moving here. So we started off the slide with first of all asking ourselves, why do we want to be in HR? So reflecting back on that and then taking it a step ahead. So what kind of person do you need to be in HR? So there are certain skills that is required. So like I said, I repeat, HR is a function which is intangible. So the kind of things, the kind of initiatives that we drive in an organization are never quantifiable. In fact, even sales and marketing is in a way somewhere quantifiable, whereas the process of trying to attract a customer and bring in and close a deal may be intangible in nature and which is very driven by a certain perception. But the end result in terms of closing on a sale and converting that into revenue is a tangible, measurable, quantifiable thing. Similarly, in finance, though, everything is quantifiable. They are just playing with a whole lot of numbers and data and crunching and forecasting revenue and growth and a whole lot of things that is absolutely tangible in nature. In HR, honestly speaking, everything we do is intangible, and you have to be aware of this. It is very, very important for us as a function to be aware of it. And why I'm also stressing on this aspect is simply because there will be initiatives that we will drive. There will be initiatives that will actually create an impact, but they will never be measured. If we are something where it is, like for example, we do an initiative for talent retention, and then there are people not quitting because there was a certain initiative done, but that can never be measured. That can never be quantified as, okay, it was because of this particular initiative that we were able to retain this many people. It is always on a soft note, which is why I think first of all, the first quality that you need to have as a person to be in HR is you have to accept the fact that this is a thankless job. And I want to call that out loud and clear, because the competency, the ability to deliver better and do better in your role as an HR is when you believe and accept the fact that it is a thankless job. So if you are sitting there and doing a lot of things and which is creating results in its own way, and then you sit back and then you're actually not getting any credit for it in terms of a direct credit, saying that, wow, it was because of HR that this revenue happened. It was because of HR that it was because of HR that this particular deal was struck and stuff like that. You might really not get that credit. You will know it also from experience. In fact, in all the functions, be it in talent acquisition, be it in talent management, be it in talent development, or even just being an HR information system person at the back end, even in employee relations, even as an industrial relations person. So the first and foremost thing that you should know and believe and digest and accept is it is a thankless job. Okay, sorry. I was just trying to get that slide up. So this is just an icon. Okay, let me just go into some more adjectives or some of qualities that are required to be in HR. So these are some broad, high-level qualities that I would like to talk about. We spoke about HR being a thankless job, but while it is a thankless job, there are certain things that are critical to being an expert in HR, and these are the qualities that you need to possess. So decisiveness, being an influencer are key qualities. Um, so going back to what is required to be in HR. So HR is a function. While we are the custodians, we are the governing function. While we really build and build frameworks and drive it for the people in the organization to follow and adhere and abide by. In fact, we are also the approving authority for a whole lot of things. But we deal with day in and day out, we deal with different perspectives. That is another reality about HR. So, conflict management, handling different perspectives, handling different personalities, handling different viewpoints and opinions, and everybody is right in their own perspective. There is no one thing, one size fits for all kind of a solution, and there is no one rule that applies for all kind of situation. So while there is a system in place, while there are policies defined, while there is a structure that is clearly conveyed for an organization to run and for employees to follow and for managers to adhere to, it is a day in every aspect where we deal with conflict management. So these are the qualities that is really required. You need to be a mature individual. You need to have some experience in terms of handling various emotions and different perspectives and opinions. You need to have a great communication skills in terms of how you articulate and respond back to a certain situation. So you need, while you do all that, you will end up being a person who is looked up to as a role model, a person who is an influencer, and you have to be a team player because you are a department, you are a function who cuts across a cross section of people and functions in the organization. So you really cut across. That's when HR is a known face. HR is like everybody knows who HR is. So you work with your stakeholders, which is your direct leaders in business organization. You also work with all of the other support functions, and that is how you really are able to gather information and come and arrive at a solution. So let me just go back to that example I started off with of a family setup, right? You have the father, you have the mother, and you have two children, and then there would be conflicts, I'm sure, as a family that you would encounter. And at that point in time, since you are the mother or you are the father and children are your own, to make a decision in resolving the conflict and in the benefit of the children and in the benefit of the family is much easier because there is a strong emotional bond there. But try and replicate that back to an environment. So you will find such kind of conflicting situations and it's like I said, it's not like a one solution, right? The same solution may not apply to the first kid that you apply to the same conflict that happened maybe 4 years ago and to the second kid a few years later. So you will apply it based on that particular child's temperament and that particular situation, and then it's a far more easier decision for you to make because of the emotional bond and that fact that the family is yours. But if you just cut that back to an organization where you are governing and you're supporting, let's say, a team of 1,000 people who's led by a particular leader, and there are such day in, day out conflicts coming up, the kind of decisions that you make there, whether you're being fair, whether it has any bearing on what the company follows, it's very critical. So you play a very important role in making the right decisions, and while making the right decisions, being decisive. And also, if you are really displaying any courage there will be situations you will have to reject promotions against the decision of a senior leader, a senior VP, a vice president of the organization. You may have to reject the hiring of maybe an employee who has been referred by some big person in the organization. So it's about how you play that role and how you carry yourself and how you influence that decision that makes a big difference in how. So you can do it, you cannot do it. The ball is in your court. But whether you will do it is the question, and that is what will actually take you ahead in your career in HR. People will look up to you, people will start respecting you more because of the credible, valuable, high integrity, courageous decisions that you are making, and then that will automatically make you the influencer and role model for the people in the organization. So these are the things that you require. So here I will do one thing. I'll just pause here for a time. We will take a break for about uh, for about 2-3 minutes, and I'll come back and we will continue. Okay. Hello everyone. I hope that was a break that was well utilized. Okay, I'll just move ahead because again this was all very much generic in nature. We'll just go ahead in terms of what is required for you in to get a break uh, in human resources. So you must have heard, my colleague speak sometime back on the kind of qualifications you require in finance and what kind of a job that you can land as per the qualification. In HR, it is a lot more flexible here. Very honestly, you can get into HR with a bachelor's degree. You can get into HR with a master's degree, and not necessarily with any subject in HR. You can get into HR with any being, say, if you've done your BSc or a BCA, or even if you're an IT person, what I mean by that is an engineer. So basically, all kinds of people can get into HR. So you might just be a little stumped by what I'm saying, but that is the fact. So like we spoke about the various functions, right? And there are quite a few departments, except for some core functions like say compensation and benefits, which would require some analytical skills. A whole lot of other functions including recruitment, your HR information systems, and talent acquisition. You can actually get into these fields with any qualification that you have. So the skill that you require to get into HR is not about really being interactive with people, but if you can really understand people and if you can connect and, like I said, make those decisions for those various situations and make those right decisions, if you can bring that quality to the table, you can get into HR. And of course, you should have the passion, and you should accept the fact that it is a thankless job. But while you are planning and desiring to get into HR, experience as an HR intern will be an added plus. So since you're all in college now and you might get these opportunities, or if your college offers you that, uh, that particular thing about going and interning with an organization, I strongly recommend you do that because every experience counts, and how you manage and what you learn out of that experience is something that you can take back with you in your interviews. That will be an added plus. Any part-time job experience, you don't have to really wait for an intern opportunity, but if you can really voluntarily go out during the summer breaks or summer holidays, just go do some part-time job. And I'm not saying HR job. So there is nothing like an HR job that will really give you that added bonus. Any kind of job, or say in your college, if you can take up some leadership roles as part of a committee, where you're leading a team of people for to organize a cultural event. You might have some of these college fests, right? And if you're a class prefect, where you are organizing and running things for the class and doing things for the class, these are all a big plus. And these are the skills required. Project management skills, collaborating with people, running an event, and running an event to success. These are the skills that you require in HR, because these are the skills that will play very strongly once you get into a role of HR, whether in recruitment, whether in talent management or talent development. Because end of the day, you're dealing with people, you're organizing things, getting people together, and you're driving initiatives. So these are things that I would strongly recommend you do. And like I said, leadership roles in schools, colleges, and if you can also do some volunteering activities. I think the millennials, which is I think all of you, the Gen Y, I believe, are socially very, very responsible. Social media networking and with the whole lot of information that we are all exposed to today, I think the biggest plus, and I think I know for sure that on Facebook, I think the maximum number of likes go for somebody who has done something for somebody else, some CSR activity, some corporate social responsible act. And I know that this generation and people like you, youngsters like you, are socially responsible, and that is a huge plus for you to get into and talk about to get into an organization. And that also comes under the gamut of HR. HR drives philanthropy, and corporate social responsibility is a big ticket item for every organization. And companies commit to 2%, 5% of their revenue to give back to society. So if you can do some stuff like that and talk about it, it will be a great plus. And apart from that, yes, you should have passion, you should have the confidence, you should have the communication skills, and integrity plays a very big role here again. And again, all of these, what I'm talking about, are again very the soft skills, which we can assess and know about a person only with experience. So if you are doing all of what is mentioned in those previous boxes, you can articulate and share those as examples and talk about your passion, confidence, and communication and integrity. Okay, I can see that there's a question there. You mentioned that any company in USA should have minimum 2% disabled person. Is it a law? Yes, the US specifically has a law like this, that the companies there should have the employee base, or the employee base in any organization should have about 2% of employees who are disabled who should be employed in the organization. So that is somewhere tracked, and I think it will be audited as part of their yearly audit and stuff like that. Yes, that is a law which they have to abide by, and obviously that falls into the whole strategy, HR strategy, right? So in terms of ensuring that there is a percentage of disabled employees that have to be hired as part of a talent acquisition, And then also the organization's infrastructure should also be supporting that. So all that comes into play, which HR will have to take care of. Yes, so that is a law. So let's move forward. I just want to share a few quick true or false questions about job search, which might be useful for you all. A quick one-liners. Okay, so the Human Resources office does all the hiring and firing. So that's the first place to contact if you are looking for a job. So is this true or false? I know this is, if anybody wants to chat and type the answer, can do so. But the answer to this I shall give. It's important for you to know the answer is false. So please don't believe that HR is the first point of contact for you to get a job. HR is not the first point of contact. I will go to the next one, which will answer this question. The most effective way to get job interviews is the old adage, see a guy who knows a guy, a technique known as networking. So is this true or false? Okay, this is obviously true, coming back from the first question. So you don't have to know an HR person, you don't have to think that an HR person is the first person to knock on the doors to get a job. If you know somebody who knows somebody else in the organization, and if you have a strong network, and if you can use the social media network, nothing like it, and you can get an interview and job calls, and you can maybe even land the job. It is important to include every job you ever held when writing a resume. So this is another myth, or there is a confusion around this. I know there are people who have reached out to me. I've done a few other workshops and this question has come up, where people ask me if they should just have an exhaustive resume mentioning all the experiences that they have gained. And I always advise them to position their resume depending on what company they are targeting. But here again, there is a thin line. I'm not saying lie, I'm not saying fudge your resume, I'm not saying hide data which you're supposed to be sharing, but position your resume in a manner that that it gets sold with the prospective employer. Just to give you a quick example, in my own case, I started off my career in marketing with a media company which was called Technology Media Group, and that company shut down in 3 months' time. And honestly, in fact, by the time they shut down, we were not even paid our salaries, and then we didn't even get any letter as such. It just had to close down because of losses. And then I moved on and joined a recruitment firm. I started off my career in recruitment. So do I include my first 3 months stint in my resume? It is a fact. It is something that I did. But do I really mention that? It was right after college? No, I don't do that. I don't mention that because I really don't want to counter questions where I will be asked repeatedly about, okay, why you quit, what happened, do you have the experience letter, irrespective of a whole lot of other relevant HR experience that I have. I would avoid that completely, simply to avoid the conflict in the first place. So this is a judgment that you have to make. So you don't have to necessarily share everything and everything that you have done. Keep it very relevant and keep it high level. Keep it absolutely impactful experience that you can share and talk about when you go for an interview. And we're moving forward. I'm not able to change the slides. Okay. Okay, a job interview is really a sales presentation by the applicant. Therefore, the job seeker must sell his or her personality, potential, strengths, and experience. So I just answered this question in the previous, where I spoke about positioning yourself. So obviously, positioning and putting the pitch is all about selling yourself, and that's exactly what you should be doing. And the answer is yes, it's true. Okay. The next one is approximately 2% of job seekers are successful in obtaining an interview when responding to a blind ad. The answer to this is true. So first of all, what is a blind ad? A blind ad is just a one-liner. In our times, in our days, it used to come in the newspaper in the classified section. Wanted receptionist. That's it, and with a phone number. Or a wanted somebody with good communication skills and phone number. So you don't know which company, what it is, where is it, what is the salary. There is no job description there. It's just a one-liner. And in fact, now in the present day, social media, if you are a person who is active on Facebook, Twitter, and following also on LinkedIn, there are a whole lot of such one-liner subjects that you will find with especially recruiters use to attract candidates. And I think you should look out for it, and I think you should give it a plunge. You should not sit back and wait for the entire job description, where is it, which company, which location, how much salary, and just go act on it, call them, and then you might just land an interview, and that will be an experience even if you don't get the job. So this is another important thing. And then if there are several applicants for one position, the person with the best qualifications generally gets the job offer. Now this is another myth. So when I say qualifications, I'm talking about the degree. Of course, your degree and your institute and the credibility that particular institution carries will have its weightage. But it is not necessary that you land a job simply because of your qualifications. Nobody is going to select you or reject you because of qualifications. Everybody is going to select you or reject you about how you perform in the interview and how you present yourself and how you articulate what you want to do. And that is going to be a key factor in you getting the job. So I don't want to repeat it, but we all know, right, that Bill Gates is a dropout. Rabindranath Tagore was also a college dropout. Or school dropout, and there's many great people who really have not done their education. But I'm not encouraging you not to study and get your degree. Please go out and get it, but that is not the defining factor. Still, is what I'm just trying to say. It's about how you present yourself. Okay, so that answer to that is false. And also, HR is a biggest example. Like I said, we have people with various qualifications who are in the HR department. I know a lot of people who have moved from the business side with qualifications in science and computers and engineering and maybe something else like life sciences, even marketing, moved into HR. So especially HR is a function like that. The job application is considered a tool of the employer, while the resume is considered a tool of the job seeker. So yes, this is very important. And in today's times, I will relate this directly to Facebook and LinkedIn. Or should I say, no, sorry, I meant to say LinkedIn and Wikipedia. So Wikipedia is your tool to get to know about the company, and LinkedIn is the company's tool to get to know about you. And you had better update your profile in a good manner on LinkedIn, and I'm telling you very honestly that all the organizations today have this trend, and it has already caught up. It was catching up a few years ago, to get to know the individual through LinkedIn. So for you, in fact, it is not just Wikipedia, it is both Wikipedia and LinkedIn, where for you as a job seeker, you will also log into LinkedIn to find out who that person who's interviewing me and what are his credentials, and it will give you a lot of information and insight into how you can go present yourself and how you can really create that pitch and impact with that person to get selected. And plus do some research on the company with Wikipedia. I think it's the greatest resource that is available for today's times. So this is, yeah, of course, true. And okay, things to do, we covered this, but I will just run through it a little quickly. We spoke about this. Consider volunteering, and I would strongly suggest that since you're in college now, and if you are still going to be pursuing a postgraduate degree, or even if you get into a job immediately is also fine, but see if you can get into and join groups and forums where you can do some socially responsible activities. It's a big plus. and that will also build your networking, right? You get to meet different kinds of people, and it's a big thing. It's a very big thing, and there are very senior people who come into volunteering. You may just get connected with somebody who might just give you a job reference. Consider temping. We spoke about this as well. If you can go in as an intern, if you get a chance to join as an intern, even if it's your own family business, go and do it. Or if you can, join some kind of a part-time job. There are so many exhibitions, and I think Bangalore especially has a whole lot of opportunities for youngsters to do part-time jobs during the summer breaks. I did quite a bit of them when I was in college, and I ensured I did it, and it was a big thing for me to earn, 100 rupees or 300 rupees per day for those days. And it is by days or by weeks or by months. It depends on what is your interest. You will end up learning skills, and you will end up meeting people. Okay, network intelligently. So I'm assuming that, considering the millennials, which is all of you, the Gen Y, are already socially active, definitely on Facebook, but move a little bit out of Facebook as well and get into LinkedIn and many other informative sites where you get a lot of information. And that's very, very important, very critical. In fact, if you want to get into, say, for example, as a recruiter in an organization tomorrow in HR, I think if you are a socially active person, if you can cite examples of how you have networked with people through social media, it will be a big plus, because that is one of the tools that recruiters use to hire people. It is a big tool. Either you have groups and forums on LinkedIn, you have it on Facebook as well, and if you are active there, and if you can pool and resource people out of those forums, it's a big plus. It's a great skill. So do this. This is important. Be with the times. Timing. Good jobs don't stay open long. Act immediately if you are interested in a position. It's all about being there at the right place at the right time. So you don't have to necessarily get dejected. You don't have to feel that you are not good enough for that company or for that job. It is all a matter of timing. And that is what it is in terms of how people land jobs. And yeah, just another tip here. Please eat right, sleep, and exercise. Just stay healthy, just to have the right mindset. And try and have a goal that you should be getting multiple job offers. It is the days and times of opportunities. Don't shy away if you got one and if you got two, and then of course you will be confused. But it's okay. It's great to have opportunities that will give you a chance to weigh your options and choose what best is there. And that is another HR skill, right? You kind of work out the logics and the reasoning and the pros and cons of it, maybe through consulting with people or through your own thinking, and then arrive at a decision. And these are things that you will anyway apply in your job as an HR. And yeah, don't have to feel angry or frustrated. You will hear this maybe from some companies that they regret to inform you that you've not been selected. But yeah, just I would like to go on a parting note here that when one door closes, there will be many others that will open up. Not just one other, many others that will open up, and you just have to keep looking out. So that's the thing. I think I'll leave it open for questions. If anybody has any questions. Um, thank you for listening. I know it is lunchtime, but it will be great that if anybody has any questions to type it out, and I'll be happy to answer. And before we close, it'll be good if you can ask anything that you want. Okay, there were, I think, some two questions that was asked for finance, and we will come back to you with those answers now in a while. If there are no questions in HR, then I will conclude my session, and then my colleague who did the finance session will take it over, and he will address and answer those questions. Thank you very much for your time. Have a good day.
I'm back again to answer some of the questions which you have with respect to finance. There is one question which reads, why we can't study CS as a profile course when we had studied tax and accounting in BCom in final year? Yes, you can. There is no one to stop you. So CS is an alternative course which you can take up even when you are 10+2, or as I said, if you are a 10+2, there are 3 levels. If you are a degree holder, there are 3 levels. There are 2 levels. You can take up CS anytime. And there is a second question, which is more preferable, accounting, taxation, or finance? Well, so being a practitioner of finance, I don't say accounting is better than finance, or taxation is better than finance, or rather finance is better than accounting and taxation. So all of them have their own share in terms of the success. It all depends on your interest. If you ask me, I'm more interested in financial analysis, budgeting, and various other stuff, financial planning, than accounting and taxation. And if you ask the same question to my colleagues who are working with big 4 accounting firms, they may say that they find accounting and taxation more interesting. And as such, so you can't say that accounting or any particular discipline within finance is important or rather preferable. All are important. It also depends on your interest, where you want to go. Thank you. If there are any further questions, so send those questions, text those questions. We'll be available to answer. Otherwise, thank you very much.
Welcome back. Yes, it is time for lunch, but we will take very few minutes to wind up the session with some interesting facts and figures. Yes, we did have marketing, finance, HR. Now, there is also something running in your mind. What should I select? I got to hear a lot of speakers, good speakers who gave information about HR, marketing, and finance. Now, the confusion could have arisen for a few students who wanted to understand where they fit in. What we do a small exercise. I would request everybody to have a pen and pencil and the scribbling pad, pen or pencil, the scribbling pad. If you have any questions, you can write down. We will also play a few slides just quickly before we wind up this webinar to understand where you actually fit in. It's an exercise. It's an interactive session where you will have to answer questions with A, B, or C in your scribbling pad, and then we will analyze those answers and find out where you suit best. And we can also suggest how we go forward. All right. If everybody is ready, we can start with the slides. There is a question for HR. So I would request Nandita to come online and give the details about the answer for your questions before we could move forward with the aptitude test.
Okay, let me just answer that question. The question is, does HR differ from industry to industry? What are the differentiating qualities? Okay, that's a great question. And this was a question that I think really popped up in my mind also when I started my career. But with experience, I can tell you very confidently that HR does not differ from industry to industry. So basically what, so when you say industry, we have the manufacturing industry, we have the financial industry, we have the banking industry, or we have the IT industry. So in terms of how probably a structure is defined for these various industries, there could be a slight variation, but the functions that we spoke about a while ago in terms of the key elements of any HR organization structure with regard to workforce planning, talent management, talent development, talent acquisition, employee engagement, and HR information systems. This is the crux of any organization. Only the people mix, the dynamics of the people, the culture of that is followed in different industries and sectors will vary and will differ, and that will be the differentiating factor. So to answer your second part of the question with regard to the differentiating qualities required to actually function as an HR in these various different types of industries will again depend on how you align yourself to the culture of that particular industry. For example, what works in an ITES industry may not work for a manufacturing setup. A manufacturing setup, for example, will be driven and governed and driven by a whole lot of labor union related stuff, where you need to have a strong hold of those laws and manage the temperament and the mindset and the kind of people in the blue collared environment who would have union leaders and stuff like that. So policies and things like that will be very, very straightforward and straight cut and defined for a manufacturing industry. Whereas it would cut across a little bit similarly across IT, ITES, and maybe even the banking and the financial industry. So yeah, in a nutshell, I would say that the crux of the functions would remain the same, but the qualities that you bring to the table is only to do with how you align to that particular set of group of people, rather than anything else, and that will somewhere apply in, say, in the IT industry. So somewhere the qualities will align. The qualities that you apply in an IT industry to what you would apply in a manufacturing industry as an HR person will definitely be there. It is just that you will just have to cater to it differently because of how it will be received in these functions. I hope I answered your question, but that's how it is in the HR scheme of things.
Thank you, Nandita. I think that's clear answer what you gave for the questions. Question what the candidate had. Any more questions we can definitely ask after a few minutes because we will move on with the session. Okay, there's one more question which says after MBA, I'm going to teaching professional. On that time, I would be. Can you just Nandita? Can you come forward again?
The question is after MBA, I'm going to teaching profession. On that time, I would like to take the CA and PhD. You can suggest me for which one to take first, CA or PhD. What are the two broad categories? So I'll just follow the finance person to answer it. Again, it depends on what you want to pursue, whether it is a profession in finance or teaching. Okay, let me answer a part of it and then I will hand it over to my colleague who did the finance session. So if you are thinking of taking up teaching as a profession and you plan to do PhD and I'm thinking you want to be a finance teacher, which is why you're also mentioning CA. So I'm just drawing out these assumptions by your question. So which one do you suggest that I take first? So if you are wanting to be a finance teacher and I would strongly suggest, I think in my view, you should do the CA first. And then once you get the subject matter expertise of being a CA and understanding all the concepts and fundamentals of finance, you can take it to the step further, which is PhD, do some core, pick up something core and maybe get a PhD degree, and then you can be a very well-rounded, great teaching professional. I mean, that's in my view, but I would like to call upon my colleague who can maybe give some more tips on the CA piece here.
Finance.
Thanks, Nandita. So she pretty much covered everything what I wanted to cover. Well, there is no stopping in terms of taking up any course. So not necessarily as a career choice. If you ask me, CA and PhD as a finance professional, you can take up any of these things. But if you want to get into a teaching profession, CA may not be a very good help for you. But on the other hand, if you want to practice finance or rather practice accounting, then you can go for CA. But if it is based on your interest, there is no stopping. You can go ahead and you can do it in any order because they're completely different. The approach is different. What you study is different. Because in PhD you can select any topic of your interest, whereas if you take up CA, so there is a set guidelines to be followed, and also you have to undergo 3 years of training with the auditor before you take the final exam. Thank you.
Thank you, Raghunath. Yeah, it's clearly mentioned what you need to take first, whether it's CA or PhD. And furthermore questions can also come in by typing in on the right side bottom window of your screen. All right, let's move on to what we actually look at the end of the session. Yeah, this kind of confusions may not arise after we complete the session, the aptitude assessment. Let's, as I told you earlier, I would request each and every one of you to have a scribbling pad and pen so that you can analyze yourself where you fit in. Let's go to question 1. You should remember a few things before you move forward. This is to know about the kind of job opportunities available for a particular area, to visualize yourself working in that area in the long run. In fact, we discussed a couple of things. Ms. Nandita was briefing you about the working areas and other locations for you. To understand your aptitude and interest before taking the decision, you should also study the market opportunities. Marketing person was giving about the market opportunities available today. To examine your educational background and experience and then find a match between them. These are all the important points you should really understand before you analyze yourself. And analyzing self at this stage of your career is very, very important. Yeah, but there are opportunities. Even HR a few minutes back, she was mentioning that anybody can become an HR. There are a few professionals who also take up HR after being in business for quite some time. All that sounds good, but where you actually fit in now? The first step what you take will lead you to your destiny. So let's understand where you are. Okay, I'll again come back and ask you this, whether you have your pen and scribbling pad so that we move forward. Okay, everybody is online, so let's move to the next. Each one has specific character traits. Do you agree with me? Yes, you should, irrespective of what it is, but that's a fact. Some of us value money over work satisfaction or ethics, and some are outgoing in nature. Some have leadership skills. Some possess ability to work cohesively in teams. Some can only perform best in a confirmed environment where somebody has to be there on top of you to make sure that you work. And some prefer to work in offices. Some prefer to work in the market. And some are not comfortable with traveling outdoors. Some are very comfortable in traveling outdoors. Some are adventurous, love to move. Some love to stick on in the table and work between 9 and 5. So, and do a monotonous job. And some are very, very comfortable being monotonous jobs. Yeah? So these are each person's specific characters. Based on yours, you can decide which one fits your boundary area. Accordingly, you can plan where you fit in. All right. First, before making any career choices, you make yourself clear where you fit in. Let's understand a little bit. Truly understanding one's personality or personality, strengths, and weakness is a must. So what you should do the SWOT analysis, the strength, weakness, opportunities, threat. You should analyze yourself where you fit in. That gives a clear picture of yourself. Do I really fit in finance? Do I really fit in marketing? Do I really fit in HR? Where do I fit in? Yeah, there are some excellent speakers who gave information about who does what. You can fit in anywhere. HR was mentioning you can fit in anywhere. Marketing person, if he's a king in marketing, he will say marketing is a subject where you can fit in anywhere. But what's your key interest? Your key interest should play a key role in your career, because it's a crucial stage in your career where you tend to change your mind based on the interest of your friends. That happens. Everybody have experienced it, and I'm sure you're experiencing it right now. But that's a fact. For example, information technology requires good analytical skills. Financial deals with huge number crunching, and marketing is highly people-oriented segment. So which segment you belong? Anyone who is not comfortable among people might perform exceedingly well in an IT industry, but not in marketing. But students who like to mix with people and enjoy the movement of men and material, so definitely like to work in marketing field. So let's take it forward, analyze where you fit in. Let's move the questions. Which picture would you choose if the 3 pictures are given? Please have a clear look at the pictures, and as I told you, scribbling patch. Write down serial number 1, whether your answer is A, B, or C. You should have probably 2 columns. First column says serial number. The second column gives your answer. Answer can be A, B, C. Your answer can be anything. It need not have to be always A or always B or always C. It can be anything in any slides. We have few more slides to come in. Okay, which picture would you choose? I will move on with the slides. In case you miss out any slide before answering, you can always ping me on your screen. I will come back to that slide, particular slide. Otherwise, we'll move on. Okay, question 1. Which picture would you choose? Answer with A, B, or C. Let's go to question 2, which says, how do you visualize yourself as? Do you think before acting, calculating the gains, or you're outgoing and talkative? Are you calm, patient, good listener? Again, as I told you earlier, you need to quickly write down your answers next to the serial number 2, and I will be running the slides a little fast because it's quite easy, and you know about yourself better, so it's easy for you to answer this question. Question 2. Next, go to question 3. Where do you fit in? Do you fit in slide A, slide B, or slide C? Your answer can be anything. Please input your information according to your idea which runs in your mind. Don't look at your neighbors or your friends' answers. Targets. What do you think of your targets? You think the targets are frightening? You think it's not for me? If that's the case, you'll have to mark it as A. Or do you welcome challenge? If you welcome challenge, mark it B. And you can deal with them comfortably, mark it as C. We'll move next. Put yourself in any one of these situations. A, B, C. Quite easy. A few more seconds. You can take it up for this. Sixth question, I like calculating the numbers, I like traveling or working at home. Which picture do you like the most out of these 3? Select your answers. Yeah, guess that you have answered all the 7 questions, and if you are through, then probably we'll analyze a little bit of you and then move forward for a few more, maybe another 3-4 minutes to run, and you will analyze and understand where you exactly fit in. Question 8. At home, you help in budgeting home expenses. This is question number 8. I prefer to shop for home necessities. Help in my sister's brother's homework. You can mark this answer for question number 8. At home, question number 8. This is question 9. Which business room would you like to join? This is question number 9. Which business room would you like to join? A, B, C. Please look into the picture in detail and then give your input. This is question number 9. Question 10. When organizing a function, do you take care of accounts, or do you plan and invite people or guests, or do you organize the event? This is question number 10. You got question number 11. Choose any of the picture. Please don't have anything in the mind. I know the picture is very inviting during the lunch hour question, especially the answer B. But yes, we'll take only a few minutes. You can still enjoy lunch after that. Question 12. When making a decision, you consider the effect on others, but doesn't affect my decision. That's what you think. Or you think to consider too much of anything when you make a decision because results matter. That's B. Or do you remain objective? Next, question number 13. Which situation is suited for you? This is question number 13, I repeat. Which situation is suited for you? Pictures A, B, C. Please look into the picture in detail. This is question number 13. 14. Question number 14. I like to work on things already known and I'm comfortable with it. I like to work on things I already know and I'm comfortable with it. Or do you feel that you want new or creative or innovative ways to work? Or you just want to make existing system the way you want to work it more efficient? This is question number 14, the answer for question number 14. We will move to question number 15. Who would you like to be in this picture? A, B, C. Question number 15. Who would you like to be in this picture? Next is question 16. You feel that you are just here to work, or you feel that you're an idea person, or you feel that you're practical, hands-on worker. What are you? You can answer this. Question 17. Which scene do you see yourself in? Where do you want to put yourself in? Which scene do you see yourself in? A, B, C. This is question number 17. Which scene do you see yourself in? Next, move on to question 18. If you're missing out any questions in between, you can always ping me so that I can run back to that. Next, we move on to question number 18. When I'm in a group, I prefer to listen to what is going on around me. Or do you think that I'm one who does the talking? Or do you think that you talk as well as listen? What do you do when you're in a group? When you're in a group, what do you do? Do you prefer to listen to what is going on around you, or do you like to do the talking, or do you like to listen and talk? This is question number 18. We move to question number 19 now. Question number 19. Associate yourself with the picture. A, B, C. You associate yourself with the picture. Question 20. What kind of a person you are? You're uncomfortable trying to persuade others because you like to do things yourself? Or do you feel that I'm always available to persuade others that I'm right? Or do you persuade others that you're always right? Which one are you? Read carefully before you answer. Move to the next question. 21. Put yourself in one of these business activities. put yourself in one of these business activities. Where you like to be? Where would you like to be? You go to the next question. 22. 22. This is question number 22. Which is you? I'm always able to compute numbers in my head. You're always able to visualize something and make it come to life. I'm able to describe complex matters verbally. Making note of it. Which one? Which is you? Next. Yep. Hope you have got the questions and answers. Let's analyze the answers what you've got. I'm sure interest and liking towards what the subject line was. But you'll have to understand from your answers where you actually fit in. Maximum A's. Anything more than 15 A's, you fit in finance. If you're more than 15 B's, you fit in marketing. You're an outdoor person. You fit in marketing. If your answers maximum more than 15, you fit in HR. These are the qualities what an individual can have for finance, marketing, or HR. But again, it's not that because you got this answers more than 15, you need to be in the particular finance. You can choose based on your time to time. Probably if the same question are asked a week's time, you must have answered it differently. So this at this point of time, you can always choose what you want to choose. More than 15 is finance, more than 15 B is marketing, more than 15 C you fit in HR. This is the opinion what we give, but ultimately you can decide where you actually want to be depending on your inputs from near and dear ones, on the experts you believe in. Yeah, you can feel free to ask any kind of questions related to the subject now. We will give you a few minutes time, maybe 2 minutes time, if you have any clarifications, any doubts in your mind, or anything related to the subject you want to ask and clear your doubts. We can definitely come back. All our professionals are here to guide you, take it forward. We will wait for 2 minutes and come out with answers for your questions, whatever required. All right, we'll wait for 2 minutes. Anyone? Thank you so much. We waited for quite some time. We did not get any questions as of now. And if you further have questions coming up anytime, you can always call Spandana. We'll be here to guide you and take it forward. Any point of time, you can definitely get in touch with us. Thank you so much for your time for this webinar. Thank you.